What else? Your ego? No. Your mood? Can we say the mood is up? Maybe not. Kinda, yeah, both ego and mood. Okay. I don't understand how they're triggering it. Can you describe or show me how you're triggering this? You can't interact. You it should not be possible to interact with another item if one is already active. I'm trying to replicate, but I can't. That's kind of a pain. I know exactly what was happening, and I thought I was able to fix it. The problem is that I can't reproduce right now. I can't reproduce. But I know what it is. I just can't reproduce. I can't reproduce. Maybe it's not canceling. I don't know. Looking at the code, I don't see anything that could make that not work. And when you click on one, you're not able to click the other one, so I'm really unsure what they're doing. The person's S is already symmetrical, doesn't work. Interesting. Interesting. Let's try to fix it, maybe. Not all arguments converted during string formatting. Oh, because I thought I was passing the symmetricals. Right. Okay. Let's fix that then. Should I pass the percent %s in here? Should I do this? Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe that doesn't work. Okay, I'm passing all of the other symmetricals in here. That should be good. But yeah, you can't do anything, right? How are they triggering this? That doesn't do anything. Ooh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Maybe. Maybe I have an idea. I click on a spell that duplicates a letter, and then click on the potion of malt before duplicating said letter. But how are you able to do that? The letters of the word are doubled. What could happen is if you use something okay, let's try to turn something into, this is not symmetrical. I do that, it removes it, that's good, and then it selects it again, whatever. I think I need this, which are turning random rocks. Maybe that would work to trigger the problem. So we do this. We turn the random rocks, then we swap. No, because it didn't trigger that. No. I don't see how they're triggering this problem. I don't see. Can't reproduce. Goodbye. Can't reproduce. Goodbye. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's not a super problematic bug. But it's just frustrating that I have no way of reproducing this. At today, I can't seem to be able to reproduce this. I'll wait for what they are saying. This column will be ignored. Yeah, perfect. On letter toggled, this will fix it. And we'll say in here, fix localization. What do we have in here? This is old stuff. Remove test. This was for when I was trying to do the bump. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. We need to do something. Okay. I think the other problems in here are fixed. So the last thing I need to do before I can publish this update, but then maybe I'll delay the update a little bit. I don't know. The last thing I need to do is save correctly the difficulty. Save correctly the difficulty. So right now, the difficulty is saved in the save file, which is really stupid. Because it means if you don't have an active run, then you don't have difficulty. I don't know why I didn't realize this. Because I guess initially I was thinking maybe that my save would always be here. The problem is I can't hold the difficulty in the save file as like the base difficulty that you have already unlocked. You see what I mean? It cannot work because this is going, it could, but then I would need to separate the active difficulty, like the one for your active run and the other one. I really hate save systems. I really do hate them. I think that one day I'll try to come up with a proper reusable solution. Like nothing complex, but a proper reusable solution I can just plug and play, knowing exactly how it works. Like I document how it works and how something is going to work or not, because often I forget after some time how it works. Like the save, you do it once and then you forget about it. And then one day you want to add something and you're unsure. And that's one of the worst things, because then you need to go through it over again and be like, okay, when I want to save, it does this. Okay, that works. But what if I introduce a new thing? Is it going to break the old saves? Or is it just going to work if you don't have it? Like, you know what I mean? So having a proper system that differentiates between a demo save, a full game save, and then a save that can be incremented like more easily, to make sure that it's easy and understandable. That being said, if we go into the progress manager, okay, this is what I want to change. I'm gonna save that onto the progress. Onto the progress, in the progress, I'm gonna save. I thought I did it already. Maybe I didn't push it. In the progress, I'm gonna save the difficulty. Progress default. Name the demo file demo save.save and the game save.save. For example, that's the first thing. I didn't do it for Lexispell, for example. So what I had to do for the full release is do a bunch of logic to be like, okay, do you have a save already? If you have a save already, but you don't have that specific value, then it means that it's coming from the demo. So I mark it as a demo and blah, blah, blah. So I do that after the fact. It's a pain. But yeah, just separating the two saves is the first thing to do. And then eventually, if you want to make those saves work together, you can just put some code to gather the values and whatnot. But yeah, it's not super difficult, but one, it's a little bit difficult to test because it means you have to mess around with the files and make sure, and it's very bug prone. You can create a bunch of bugs, and save bugs are not fun because then people have progress and they're losing their progress, or it doesn't work and they don't understand and whatnot. It's a pain to debug, so you really want that to be simple and to work, right? Which is not what I did. So what we are going to do is in here, demo, just over there in the progress, we are going to save difficulty, or max difficulty might be difficulty max. Is the difficulty max unlocked? I'm going to be extremely clear with what it is. I think that's going to be better. So it's a float, right? It's between -1 and -2. And the way it works in here, so that is the erase full game, we don't care. The way it works when it loads the save, load progress, in here we're simply putting the entire dictionary to here. Okay, so what happens is we override the dictionary. You see, for example, this is not good. I would not do that again. I have a mix of techniques, which is a pain. For the progress, I'm saving a JSON directly. I'm saving my dictionary to a JSON. So I'm doing str to var on the actual entire dictionary, because my dictionary is simple. It doesn't have resources inside. So I'm just straight up dumping it to the file. It sounds cool, but loading it is a pain that way, because instead of loading each thing, I load the entirety in memory. So if I need to make an update, I need to run a function on top of that. I don't know if it makes sense. And for example, my save for the run is actually a little bit more interesting, in the sense that it loads what is the file, and then it goes through the file and it tries to find the corresponding things from the default save that we should have, and it tries to find the value, and it's doing that match, which is better, because if you don't have a match and I still want to have the value, I put a default value. So even if you edit your save file and you put something that should not work, basically I can remove it automatically, or I can add stuff automatically. This is better, but it's still shit, because it's a mix of like saving in JSON and serializing stuff. It's bad. I would go back to a simple config file. I really regret not using a config file in Godot. I don't know why I didn't do it. I thought it was inferior in some ways. I thought it would be harder to use, but the config file works that way. The config file works that way. You have a set of values, and you go and you read them, right? You read them specifically. You go and look for them, instead of being like, here's the content of the save file, and I read the entirety. And I think it's much more logical this way. That way you can approach how you want, and you can change the values after the fact, and it kind of works automatically, especially with the default values. I don't know if it's clear. So in here, I'm loading the entire dictionary, right? So what I need to do is I need to run a function after that. This is why I have an erase progress for full game. So what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to do an update save, or update progress, or update progress. Let's call it update progress. It's a pain that I have to do that, but I have to do that. So how do we do that? The logic is going to be as follows. We have loaded the current save. Maybe we have not, actually. We might have loaded the current save. Actually, we don't know. Otherwise, it creates it in the load progress. So I need to do it after, right? I need to do it after. And you'll update the unlock count after that. So we have loaded the current save. We check that we have the values we need. Okay? So theoretically, I could make something pretty much automatic, right? I can just say for key, which is what, a string, in my progress default keys, I can check if it has or not. So if save, no, it's progress. If progress has the key, not like that, the key. If we have it, we continue. We agree, right? We agree to that, because right now I'm adding a new key in the default. The problem is that we create a default, but we override it entirely when we load. This is so fucking stupid. So you see, this is why it would be much better to have the technique that I used for the actual save. When you create the default, you fill in a dummy save, if you want, with like the basic values. And then when you load the actual save, you replace the values in your dummy save. That should be that way. Doing this, you make sure that whatever new value you add, they're always going to be present on the system. Or if someone modifies the save in a way that breaks the game, it actually works somewhat, because they could always just input crazy values and it doesn't work. But yeah. Congrats on Lexispell. How did launch go? Couldn't join that stream. Thank you, Shimara. It went okay. It went okay. It's doing its thing. It's doing its thing. We are at, I don't know how many reviews. We are at 18 reviews. It's going great. People seem to be mostly happy. I have more people playing overall than my previous games. Financially, it's not crazy and it's not enough, but I knew it, and I still hope that we might have some some bigger content creators that might cover the game. It's still a possibility. We have 3,000 wishlists. You can see my lifetime conversion rate is at 4%. This is low. This is a low conversion rate. Which could be explained by the price. Maybe some people find it too expensive. Maybe some of them were expecting a lower price. I don't know. From the data that I gathered throughout the demo and stuff, people wanted to pay even more than that. So, yeah. It should be close to 10%, I guess. The usual average is 10%. But it doesn't really mean anything because it's an average. So I've seen some games with a crazy high conversion rate, like closer to 30%. It also depends on how fresh your wish lists are. You can imagine a game that was announced, fresh wish lists, the game releases almost right away. It also depends when it's releasing. There are many factors, right? And we don't know about it. But I think it tells me that I can convert more people. I still have some people to convert, so that's a good thing. How many people like me has bought the game but not played it yet? Probably a bunch, right? I don't know, but probably a bunch. Average indeed. I wish more stats showed median instead. Totally. And so in terms of money, it's doing that. I can show you. So it's really not enough. We are at 1,400. Honestly, it's better than Hyperslice. Hyperslice really did poorly. I think Hyperslice is still not at like 1,000 net revenue, which is kind of crazy. I really believe that Hyperslice is a cool game, but Hyperslice, I didn't get any coverage, I think, and I didn't have time to push it to content creators and stuff. I'm still going to try a little bit more during summer. I think I'm going to push an update, a bigger update, and I'm going to start sending a bunch more emails. I think I was also afraid in the past of sending template emails, and now I realize that I don't care. I really think it doesn't change anything. I think that personalized emails are cool in theory. In practice, I don't have the time and energy to do that, so I much prefer sending 200, 300 emails that are mostly like the same template than spending time writing them by hand. I think it's much better that way. So hopefully it will help a little bit, but yeah. That's not crazy. 200 units is not a lot. 200 units is not a lot. So I hope it's going to get a little bit better with, I don't know, maybe some coverage. I have some bigger YouTubers that I know got the the key and potentially were interested, but I don't know. So did any YouTuber covered it? Game dev wise, your set marketing is a big factor too. Actually, I didn't check if YouTube covered it. I don't have an automated tool for that, and I was just busy doing other things. But I know a bunch of streamers covered it, mostly smallish streamers though. From the stats that I saw, I have an automated bot that tells me. Actually, it's public. I think it's showing on the Discord. I don't know if you guys have access to that, but on Game Notifier, it tells me every time someone is playing. The only issue is that the numbers of viewers can be totally wrong, because if they start the game, if they start the stream with the right category, they might have no one. For example, this guy started with 0 viewers. I guess he had more viewers, but he started the stream with the category. Same thing for cricket. Where this person I know was already streaming when they started. They got a little bit more viewers, so I got a bunch of them. And actually, there is one right now. There is one right now, as you can see. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have access to that. But I see that, and I receive a message on Telegram also telling me what's happening. I can see right now. The problem with this is, yeah, mostly small streamers, and small streamers have basically close to no impact. I think streamers don't have a big impact. I would argue that YouTube videos have more impact, but maybe that's untrue. I don't know. I guess it depends how long they're playing the game. But still, it's cool, right? It's always cool. And I also reached out to more streamers than YouTubers. So, because they were easier to find. With Solid Gnome, you can find them really easily, and it's harder to find YouTubers. But anyway. So if we have the key, we do that. Otherwise, we do progress of key is equal to progress default of key. Potentially, we have dictionaries, so I guess... Oh, we don't know what it is. It's always a dictionary. It's always a dictionary, so we can say if progress default of key is dictionary, or if it's an array, else we don't care. We'll ask it to duplicate. I want to duplicate it if it's dictionary or if it's array. Right? Okay, and otherwise I difficulty max unlocked. So theoretically right now I don't have that in my progress. If I look at progress.json, I don't have it. Right? I have nothing. Okay. So let's check and see if it works. I was sure Lexispell would make 10k first week. The tough marketplace. No. No, I can tell you why it was not going to make that. 10k net or 10k, even 10k gross actually would not work. Let's assume 10k gross. It would mean 1,000 copies. It would mean 1,200 copies. I had roughly, let's say I had 3,000 wish lists. So it would mean like a more than 30% conversion rate. Impossible. I knew it from the wish list, basically. I knew it from the wish list. From the wish list, I could have hoped for 300 copies. right? I could have held for 300 copies at a 10% conversion rate. And potentially more, of course, if you have coverage the day of release or just after the release, you have coverage and you get like thousands of wish lists, you can have more than that. But selling more than 1,000 copies? No. Unfortunately, no. You see, this is why it's tough. You need nowadays, I would consider my next games, I would consider them a success before release if they had at least, I don't know, 8K wish lists maybe. If I'm going to release a game without 10K wish lists, I know it's not going to be enough. Basically, this is how we can see it. I didn't know that. I just guessed based on the game itself. Yeah, thank you, Seshu. I appreciate the sentiment, because you think that it looks cool then. But unfortunately, I had the numbers, and so I knew it was not going to happen. And we don't even talk about itch because it's negligible. I am making some money on itch, but it's negligible. We are talking about, I don't even have the numbers right now, but we're talking about maybe, I don't know, $60, $80, maybe even less. I'm not even sure. Can we check? I mean, we can check. Do you want to check? We can check. Oh my god. We have more things. There was a comment in here. Let me look at you guys. So, can we check? Can we check from release? So let's go from the 28th to today. 28th. Okay. Is it buggy? What is happening? Okay. It's not showing me the money though. It's showing me just the payments that I received. But I mean, you can see that, right? I released when? I released here. Okay, let me bring the calculator. We can do that. So 9 plus 11 plus 11 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 9 plus 11. 87. 87, not considering that there is tax on some of them, and I guess the tax, I don't remember if the tax is on top or not. I don't remember. First big number on top. Yeah, but this is not that. This is not that. This is the total amount of revenue. But I had revenue before the release. Some people made donations before the release. So I don't want to count that. So since release, since I have a paid product on itch, I've made $87. So you see the difference is massive, right? The difference is massive. While I'm not making a lot of money on Steam, we were talking about 1,400, 1,500, and we were talking about 87 on itch. And my game is popular on itch. It's not like no one knows about my game. My game is popular on itch, right? My game is freaking popular on itch. Like, it has a lot of views. 2 million impressions. It has a lot of views. It's just that it sells way less. It sells way less. The amount that I play this on break at work is frankly embarrassing, and I thank you for it. Clowngirl.png, I thank you because I know you're a playtester, I think. So thank you. And also, I'm the second comment of their entire post, history. They posted 4 years ago, and then they posted today. So that's cool. That's fucking crazy. Not even $100 while being popular on itch. Yeah. I mean, we can argue that other games would do much better. It is totally possible. There are games out there that would do much better. But it's a known fact that itch is probably around 1% of what you make on Steam. In the ballpark. Of course, it can be more, it can be less, but it gives you an idea. Basically, you can consider that negligible. That being said, while we consider that the amount of revenue generated is negligible, we don't know how many people it converted. We don't know how much exposure I got, and how many people actually bought it on Steam because they saw the game on itch, or if a YouTuber actually saw my game on itch. Why? We don't know about that. So I think it's still worth it because first of all, it's very easy to publish on itch. Second, it's a cool platform for indies. I believe it's a much better platform than Steam in terms of how the platform is built. But yeah, in terms of making a livelihood, some games are making better money on itch, like horror games and maybe some not safe for work content. But for the rest, I think it's just, it's nothing, unfortunately. What is the progress that we are doing right now? What is the key? The key is difficulty max. Okay, that is very cool. So because we are updating, Ginger! Because we are updating, we should also save the file then. Right? So let's save the file only if we have modified something. Let's do needs saving. Bool is equal to false. Let's do that. If we are in here, it means that it's true. And if we need saving, we can do write progress. How was release? We talked about it, no? We talked about it? Maybe the day of release. It's going okay. It's going okay. We just talked about that. Okay. Oh yeah, we just briefly mentioned you came the day of release to congratulate or something, but we didn't talk about the actual release. It went okay. We just talked about that, so I'm not going to go through everything again. It's positive. People are liking the game. I had a few bugs, but I fixed them. But money-wise, it's nowhere near where I should have. So either the game gets picked up by bigger YouTubers and stuff soonish, and it changes that, or I really need the next few games to do much better. Basically, we are at like 200 copies sold, which is not enough. Hello there, hello Seto. You were on Pierre's stream, right? Not the energy to work, but I have to. I'll try to lurk a bit. Good luck. Maybe do one thing. Try to do one thing. At least one thing. And then you'll see if you have the energy to continue or not. That's my daily at the moment. I recommend giving a bunch of keys out on Keymailer or something. Keymailer, you are limited to 10 a month, so it basically does nothing. Also, Keymailer, I got some I got some people asking on Keymailer, and I gave some keys, but from my personal experience and from the experience of other people, a Keymailer does nothing. I still need to continue sending more emails, but yeah, I really believe the problem is that no one knows about the game. But it's always the case. So right now what I'm doing, I'm doing a small fix for Lexispell that I'm continuing working on O.B.O.L. Just like what we did yesterday, I'll continue what we started yesterday. And in the background, I'm starting to think about the incremental game I want to make. And I think I'm going to try extra hard to have something that grabs your attention. I don't want to go through that again. I'm fed up of like working on things that people don't really care about. That's basically the sentiment. To Twitch and small YouTubers that covered, it's cool to see people enjoying the game. Yes. I unfortunately, I'm at a point where first of all, I'm always afraid to watch people play. That's one thing. And second, I'm at a point where I don't even care, unfortunately. I hate that about myself, but I'm so fed up in a way that I can't enjoy when someone plays the game. You see, I saw on my Discord and on my Telegram, I have a notification when someone plays on stream, and I saw that someone was playing, and I was like, okay, it's not going to change anything, so yeah, you know what I mean? And I hate that. I really hate having that feeling, because I would love to be excited and be like, that's cool, people are playing the game, I like it. But the reality is that it changes nothing, so it's difficult. It's difficult. It's not a big one, it's not moving the needle. Exactly. It's and that's a shame, because it's super cool. And they're playing it, and they might be enjoying it, and they might have good feedback and everything. But yeah. Okay, so now that we have that and we know it works, right? Difficulty max unlocked is 1. So let's use this. Let's use this. I think I'm gonna do... I think I'm gonna do Funk, set new max. Set new max difficulty unlocked. New max float. And then maybe I'll do a get. That way I don't have to touch the dictionary. Is it possible that we arrive here and we don't have it? No, because we have updated the progress, so that should be fine. So we can assume that we have it. So that's kind of cool. New max, and then we'll write progress, and in here we'll return that. So we are returning a floaty float. I tried to get the positives. The YouTuber wanted to get a great number on his channel, 1.6k views, where it's around 300 to 500 lately. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's a positive for you and for them, so that's kind of nice. That is kind of nice. New max is never used. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. New max is never used. Do you have their name? I'd love to check them out. Maybe I can find them by mon jeu a rapporté 1 million. So you see, this is the kind of video I don't want to see. This is the kind of video I don't want to see when we just talked about money and it didn't work. Doc, my game made 1 million. I'm like, I mean, good for you. Good for you. I mean, it's totally fair. It's fair. What they did is just great. Got Idle Cub that said that he is interested in the full game, but not the demo is too short for his channel. Oh, interesting. So he replied, right? So he tested your demo then, you think? He played a demo, but he decided to not make a video about it. Idle Cub is the best? That's awesome. That's really cool. And yeah, you got this guy. He played for an hour. He played the entire demo, I guess. That is awesome. That is awesome. Idle Cup is a goat. He responded to the email 1 minute after. That's pretty cool. I watch him almost daily. Okay. Hello, Peacebreaker.
So what's next? Hello, Captain.
Do you think he would be interested in a 3D incremental? I think. I can imagine. You know what how I'm going to imagine my game? I'm going to before even prototyping or anything, I'm going to think about, I think, maybe 3 things. One, what is a GIF that I post online? What would a GIF that I post online of that game would look like? What is it? What is it that you do that grabs attention? 2, what is a title? Or what is like a catchphrase that you can send to people? Like a 3D incremental about doing blah blah blah, okay? Kind of that stuff. And 3, what kind of visual I would have. Not visual in-game, not even visuals in-game, but like what would be the capsule art or the thumbnail for that. And I think I'm going to design games like that in the future. He played Ginger Game and got a nice boost, yeah. He had a bug the entire playthrough. Oh yeah, you told me about that, I think.
So what did he write there?
Oh, this common, let's take a look. He didn't click? Oh my god. And it stays there the entire time? Oh my god. Said he already tested it. I think on Itch or Galaxy. Awesome. He had a bug the entire play. Yeah, the dialog box was logged. Yeah, oh my god. Is he good at the game? Did you watch the entire playthrough or not? Is he good at the game?
Let's do it again. Error of 0 point O.B.O.L threshold.
Not really. Not really.
Ready. Can I bet more? That's it. I'm getting in the swing of things. Okay.
Kinda, but not that much. I mean, there's a fucking screen in the middle.
Well, new ones are obvious. I need to buy them.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool. Congrats. That's really cool. It's not helping. Yeah, it's not helping. Also, it's probably not like breaking everything. It's probably not the biggest problem, but yeah. I had a video from someone 2 days ago that made like 400 views. That's not a lot. But since release, I had another video from someone, but like 24 views. That was playtest. That was 3 months ago, 2 months ago. I got some videos from the demo 2 months ago, another one. Hixel Bay. I could send them a key. Lexispell playtests, play to it. Oh, those people. I completely missed those people. I completely missed those people. How did I do that? Because they basically did no views. They basically did no views. Demo in browser. That's fucking nuts. And then it's me. Azure Bay also played. O.B.O.L. I missed a bunch of people. All of those people. I need to send them keys. They played the game. I mean, realistically, it's going to do nothing, unfortunately. It's going to do nothing. Oh my god. It's going to do nothing. But still. It's cool. I like to send them keys. If they play the game, I send them keys. I think it's fair. That's how I see it. Okay, so I didn't do that. I completely missed those people. Add to group. To contact. And I'm going to put them right over there. Okay, you in the group. You in the group. You in the group. You in the group. And you in the group. Boom. The Twitch one's got 50 words or so. I'll send them a key on release for sure. Yeah. Actually, I'm pretty proud of something. You know, I have a system for. I get a notification every time a streamer plays. Oh my god, I have a system whenever someone plays the game, I receive a notification. this Twitch category watcher that I created. Yes, I implemented myself, and it creates something cool though. It creates something cool. I have a database, and whenever they play, it actually gets recorded in the database, and then I have their Twitch and stuff, and I can export that. So I also have like a trace of who is playing, and I need to do the same thing with YouTube. I know I have done that in the past, so I know I can do it. I just need to find the time, but I need to do that. Who have you sent it to? Alexa would play your game if it's this type of game. I sent it to Alexa. I sent to around, I don't even know. I ran out of keys, so I guess I sent to around 150 people so far, maybe a bit more. Did you implement it? Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. The only issue with that is I still need to go and get the email. So ideally, what I would like to do one day is take some time to create a like a bot in Python, and the bot would try to parse emails from the description or something else, because finding emails of content creators is a huge fucking pain. Everyone does it differently. Some people are very cool, they put it directly in the bio, you can just grab it, it's fine. Some people you have to look at their description, some of them it's images, and some of them, no emails nowhere, and you have to go like on their Twitter, and on their Twitter account you have the email address. It makes no fucking sense. Impossible to do on YouTube or controlling your mouse or so. On YouTube it's very difficult, and you have the daily limit, which is very, very low, so that's kind of a pain. But for Twitch, I meant. Did you make that system with NA10? I did make the system with NA10, yes. And what it does, it also sends me a notification on Discord, and it sends me the same notification on Telegram. It tells me who is playing, where, and how many viewers they have at the time of the notification. This is also to not miss if someone big is playing or whatever, and I want to, or just if I want to go there and see what they're doing. But most of the time, people don't have a lot of viewers. The biggest I got so far, probably like 80 viewers, 100. But yeah, you can track their socials. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do that. Set new max difficulty unlocked and get max difficulty unlocked. Right? Let's do this. This is so cool. I'll try to look at it too. Yeah. There are services out there. There are services out there if you don't want to do it yourself. I know there is a Discord bot that allows you to monitor, but I think you're limited. I think there are some sort of limits before you have to pay. Maybe they're limiting just the amount of channels you can watch or the amount of games you can watch. I don't remember. Honestly, it's not super fun. The way it works, like theoretically it's very simple, but working with API and everything is kind of not fun. But the logic is pretty simple, basically. I periodically look at the category on Twitch. I look at who is streaming, and I keep track. I have a database that keeps track of who is currently playing. And if someone is not in the database yet, it means that it's a new person, which means I keep track of them in the longer database, like in the stored database, to know who they are. And I also put them in the active database, and I update that like every 5 minutes or something. I don't even remember. And that runs on my VPS. This is interesting. I guess you can catch the games and knife channels. Exactly. Do you host the bot on your own VPS, or do you use your own machine at home? I have a VPS. I use a VPS from Infomaniac. This is where I have my cloud account. I have my my storage account, so I also bought one there. It's pretty cheap. I think I pay like $3 a month, and I run a bunch of services there. It's pretty cool, and it's stored in Europe. It's a nice service. I like them. I like them to be sponsored at some point. I think they do sponsorships. I would like to be sponsored by them. It's actually a cool service. But yeah, I run that on my VPS. So ideally, I do that. I add a YouTube watcher at the same time. I did that in the past. The logic is the same. You use the YouTube API, and then you can look at the channels that are publishing videos on a certain category. So of course this only works if they post the video on the right category, which is not always happening. So then you can do another search with the title, basically, because usually they would put the title of your game in the video, I guess. But then it means that you have to look at way more videos. Whereas if you're looking at the category, you can only like check a few videos per day, so that's fine. €3 only. I will check that, investigate how that works. Yeah, I think I pay only €3. Let me check. Accounting. Invoice. €3.60 to be precise. €3.60 for the VPS. But it's really small what I have. It's not a dedicated VPS. I don't have a dedicated machine. I have something much smaller than that. I don't even have that. It's way lower. It's way lower. I don't have 3 terabytes, or I don't have 250 gigabytes. It's not called their VPS. Cloud computing. VPS Lite. It's the VP8. Not bad. Unlimited network. I think so. Oh no. Limited. The bandwidth is limited to 500 megabits per second. But you don't have... I don't think you have a data cap. It's just that it's very limited. 2 gigs of RAM, 1 vCPU, 20 gigs of storage. It's very bare bone. But honestly, for what I'm running, it works fine. It works totally fine. Yeah. To run something simple like that, it's totally fine. Interesting. Running the same thing on Windows is like $5 more per month. This is crazy. I like the unlimited bandwidth because I'm always scared of service like Amazon or Google if I get under attack and get a bill in... Yeah, a bill too high. Yeah, I don't think there is anything... I don't think there is anything like that. It's pretty cool. I like them. And I don't know how important it is to you, but they're based in Europe. They're based in Switzerland, to be more precise. And... Theoretically, they try to have the lowest impact they can on the environment. I actually saw like a video about that, detailing, like it was someone going there to detail how they're doing stuff, and they're like putting a lot of effort into using the least amount of energy they can to cool down stuff. I think, for example, one of the things they do is the heat that is being produced by the servers is used to heat some homes around it, or like water or something. Like they're trying, at least from what they're saying. But it seems that they're really trying. When you compare that to Google and everything that are saying that they're trying, which is kind of false. But yeah, I like that. I like it. They seem nice. Get max difficulty unlocked. Let's go into the mode. Let's try to finish this. It's already 4 p.m. I didn't do anything. What the fuck? How do I decide if they are unlocked or not? What? How do I decide if they are unlocked or not? In the ready function, I guess. Difficulty. Oh, this is stupid. You see? This is stupid. So, progress manager. Ah, I hate when it's doing that. Okay. That should be better. I'm better. Okay. And so now, whenever we win, we unlock a new difficulty. We unlock a new difficulty. So I guess we check on the game page. Difficulty. Seriously? We are not... Oh, I was not on the difficulty. Okay, so here we're getting the difficulty. We won on the simplest difficulty, and for the first time... So this is the only place where we're doing stuff. It becomes available, right? It becomes available. And then we have two other spots where we need to do it, so I'll open them before forgetting. We have on the win, and we have on the title screen, where we need to do that. So what is the logic? If the global difficulty is 1 and the save manager, the get max difficulty is 1, we can say progress manager how is it called? Show me set new max difficulty. And we want that plus 0.5. We want that plus 0.5. Right. We don't write save. And same thing in here. If we are playing on a higher difficulty than 1, we unlock a higher difficulty. So basically this has no end, I think. It's just that the game will not show you all of the possibilities. Okay. That should work. Then, what do we have? In here, we are going to show you the difficulty. How does that work? If you have a current difficulty higher than 0, you set the difficulty. That is totally fine. If you want, on retry button pressed, I'm showing the difficulty. It makes sense. It makes sense to show the difficulty, because if you won and you want to retry, then you want to show the difficulty, right? It makes a lot of sense. Is the difficulty pop-up doing its own thing? Are you doing your own thing, my dude, in here? Oh my god, you are. You are. So in here, instead of grabbing the save manager, you're just grabbing this. You're grabbing this. Okay, on difficulty button pressed. And in here, same thing. Okay, I can trigger that. I can trigger that quite easily by changing what we are playing. And we should see that happen totally very, very easily. Okay. We launch the game normally. We launch the game normally. We play. We don't have the more difficulties. We play, new, we spell. We play. Quink quink. Stir. Rup. Rup, 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 rup. We collect. And we win. There is no difficulty. If we go new, it shows us difficulty 1.5. We want to go back. Rip. If I play from here, we can now see 1.5. We cannot see 2. Let's go with 1.5. Does it matter? Are we checking correctly the difficulty in here? Difficulty. Are we checking correctly? If it's higher than 1, yes, it needs to be higher than 1. Okay. So I'm playing 1.5, right? If I play 1, let me show you what happens if I just play 1 again, just to see. I go lurk, good luck on the death, thank you. I still play 1.5. We are not showing anywhere that we are playing in a higher difficulty. Maybe we should show it. Spur. I don't know what it means, but apparently it's something. Okay. Okay, no difficulty in here. And if I want to do new, it's still 1.5, so that works well. I start again. Higher difficulty. No, I forgot. So I go home. Rip. 1.5. I clicked resume. Fuck me. Home. Play. 1.5. New. Let's spell. We go in here. Maybe it would be nice to show that we are in increased difficulty, right? Maybe it would be better. I could write classic craft times 1.5 or something. Let's do Spire. Yeah, I think that would be nice. Bloop bloop. Wop 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 wop. We go over here. New. It tells me 2. I want to go home. Burp. I go in here. I have 2 unlocked. This is great. We quit. We launch again. Burp. Supported input. Sure. Burp. I go over here and we have the difficulty unlocked correctly. Perfect. I think it would be nice to show it, so we might do that. The title screen was not showing me the difficulty because it's not in the title screen anymore, so that works fine. So this is good. Let's write that to save difficulty in progress manager. Another thing that we needed to check, maybe. Okay, a very simple thing we need to check. We play. We put twice the difficulty. You know what we are going to do? We're going to do slightly better. Instead of putting 1 in here as a value that we need, we are going to put 2. That way we can actually check how much is the required value. Incredibly interesting, right? 2. Brink. and 4. Okay, perfect. So we are playing with the right difficulty. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go right over there. I want to go home. If I want to resume, difficulty times 2. And if I play, difficulty times 2. So it's not selected here because this doesn't... This resumes this. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Perfect. 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 Levels. Okay, I should have not put that in here. So increased difficulty is not unlocked. I think this is fair. Now, what I'd like to do is I think we are going to go on the score. We are going to go on the score, and the only issue I have is that potentially it shows infinite mode, no? In tutorial, you're showing tutorial, otherwise you're not showing. It's for the subtitle, so maybe that's fine then. And the title is just that. So in here, it would look like Letter Rush. Not Letter Rush, Classic Craft times 1.5 or something. And it's bigger, when you're playing the game, it's bigger than that, so it's fine. You have more space. Is it clear enough? Maybe not. Maybe not. Do we have a tooltip in here? When we are playing the game, we don't have a tooltip. We could put a tooltip, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. So let's do that. Let's do just that. Let's say if is equal approx global's difficulty compared to 1.0. Ooh, but the difficulty is set. The difficulty is set a bit later, so that might not work. I know how I'm going to do it. If it's equal to 1, if it's equal to 1, you want to show this. Else, you want to show something else. I'm putting the subtitle in here, so I'm going to do %x %. I'm going to do x %.1f. Right? 0.1f. And in here we put the difficulty subtitle, okay? So I think this is going to be wrong. Let's check, basically. Continue from save. You're going to see that it's going to be wrong. I think. Yeah, because the difficulty is not set right now. Do I have the score UI in here? I can do a global signal, or I can do a global signal, but nothing really needs to react to the difficulty being updated, realistically. So maybe that's a lot of work for nothing. So instead, when we are changing the difficulty in here, I'm just updating the difficulty by doing like score UI update title. Force update to show difficulty. I think it's fine. Right, I think it's fine. Do we have another spot where we change the difficulty? No, we are just doing it from the save. So now if I do this, this should work. Classic craft times 2. Perfect. Perfect. Chapter 0 out of 0. Chapter 0 out of 0. Really? Why? Chapter 0 out of 0. Why? Update title. New index, max index. Aha. Aha. So I kind of needed to know at that point where we are. We have changed in here the level index. We have emitted this so we know where we are. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that so it's the correct thing. Right? Let's go. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Yes, chapter 1 out of 12. Perfect. So now we go back home and we play a new game in 1.0 difficulty. Let's spell. And we see nothing. We still see Classic Craft 2.0. What? What? Is the mode not triggering it? Mm-hmm. Yes, I think this is the problem. The difficulty is not... The difficulty is not globals. Difficulty is equal to 1. Reflects the button pressed by default. Because the button is already pressed, so it doesn't trigger, so it doesn't signal and changes the difficulty. Or not. Maybe I'm stupid. No, we changed the difficulty, but we don't do that. Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything. So then we play. We have 1.0. We do new. Let's spell. And we have Classic Craft. That is totally cool. Perfect. Play. 1.5. New. And we have 1.5. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Show difficulty in UI next to mode. Okay. I'm done, nearly done, honestly. I'm nearly done. What are we doing in here that I changed? We update the title. Mode, we reflect the UI, something, classic craft, easy cool approach, okay. Show difficulty in UI. Perfect. What else do we have? This is correct, this is correct, this is correct. What else do we have? I don't think I have an answer. I don't think I have an answer from Lexispell feedback in here, so I can't do anything. If you played the game and you have this bug that is demonstrated here, where you use a wand and it duplicates the letters, if you know how to trigger that, please let me know, because I've tried and I don't manage to trigger that. So that's kind of a problem. The other issue let's try direct game launcher. The other issue is the joystick seems to be causing problems when we navigate with the letters. And to be fair, I rarely use the joystick. Yes, it is exactly what I thought. It has a tendency to jump. So let's do something. Let's put a bunch of those. Let's put a bunch of those. And let's put a bunch of those. That way we can try. So clearly, if I try to go here, it's triggering many events. It's not treated as a discrete event. So it's just going there like crazy. You see? But if I do it with the D-pad, it works totally fine. I can navigate between the different things. It's totally fine. So, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? Ideally, I'm creating a singleton that receives the input. Maybe not, because the input should be treated locally, maybe? Maybe not. I know the rune body. I know the rune body is doing it. Do you have input? Grab next focus. And grab next focus looks at that and then computes the focus stuff. So the problem is that it sends a bunch of them. Maybe there's an easy way. Let me check. Godot for action pressed discrete joystick. Maybe someone careful using the is action just pressed in the input. I would generalize the tip more to don't generally query the input state in the event handler. Yeah, that's not what I do. As far as I know, this isn't needed. This is the is action pressed method has some optional parameters, one of which is allow echo, which defaults to false if not provided. Uh-huh. Assigning a controller to access to an action, print your action process, wiggle your stick. Not 100% sure, but I think assigning... If you assign two keys to an action, say the left key in your keyboard and D-pad, pressing them together can only track correctly that way. Hey, get to know. Can press an action multiple times in a row without releasing it. This is because access events come with a strength. They count as pressed when the strength is above that zone. You can get multiple events with strength above that zone. This condition checks only access input, as buttons and keys are unaffected. So it is intended, but is there an easy way for me to treat the joystick as a discrete input? You know what I mean? It would be incredible for Godot to let me get the action as a discrete event, even though it is an analog event. And I know I can do that quite easily, but I would love for them to do it for me. fucking for me. You see? So basically, if it goes above a certain direction, it needs to go below a certain direction again. This is received in input. Okay, I have a new issue now. If I make that global, is that going to be a problem? Is that going to be a problem? No, because we check if we have the focus or not. So I could have a global script for that, right? Do I do that? Do I make a global one? So it makes my life easier to treat the joystick as a discrete input. First off, let's check something. Discrete joystick. Discrete gamepad. Joy. Godot virtual joystick. Simple blah blah blah. Godot discrete joystick. Please, someone made it. I'm pretty sure someone made it. Slider gamepad. That is not what I want. Someone made it. I don't want to do it. Because you know they're already doing it with UI, for example. If you look at it this way, they're already doing it with UI. Why are they treating it differently with UI? What are they doing specifically? They're not triggering unless you're going back, you know? That way you can navigate with your joystick. It makes so much sense. Why is it not the default? So that's why I'm thinking maybe I'm missing something in the way it's handled. Maybe I'm missing something in the way it's handled. Should we look at input? Just in case we have something. Let's check. Action press, action release, joy mapping, flush buffered events, actual accelerometers, blah blah blah, get joy, get vector. Is action just pressed by event? Just release, is action pressed? Is joy button known? Is joy known? Is anything pressed? Is mouse button is physical key? And is action just pressed? Exact match action. Okay. So I think I'm fucked. I'll do it manually, right? Okay, let's create a node to load. How do I call that? Discrete joystick discrete joystick. It's gonna react to input. I think I will provide two ways to react to that. I will provide an actual vector. And I will provide the direction, I think. So we can have the direction left, right, up, down, and we'll have also the current vector. Maybe with the strength, maybe not. We want it to be discrete, so that's fine. And this will have a signal. This will have a signal called joystick discrete event or joystick event, and it's passing the vector and the direction, right? I think that would make sense, and I don't think we need a ready function. The only issue I see is that this will make us trigger the another spot. I will have to have another grab next focus from this. This is kind of a pain. No? This is kind of a pain. How will I do that? But I need to do it. I need to do it. Right? And I need a coffee. I need a coffee. I think I will need var x released bool it's true by default, and I will have y released and it's bool by default. So why am I treating it that way? Because we're doing it on input event. Otherwise, I could read it in input. Oh, you know what? Maybe the solution is not that. Maybe the solution is to use is action just pressed. That would be fucking nuts. What happens is if in process you say, but I won't do that on the letters, otherwise I will have a bunch of letters doing it. It's going to be a problem. What happens in the physics process, you do if input is action just pressed UI left, print left. Is that the problem? Is it that if you look at input event, you will receive all of the events, but doing this would work? That seems really stupid. So if I press here, I have left with my keyboard, it works fine. If I press the D-pad, I have left, it works fine. And if I press that, it works fine. It does it for me. I don't need my super system. I just don't need it. I just don't need it. I'll make them react to the physics process. In the physics process, I mean. Or in the process function. The reason why I wanted to have in the input was to avoid triggering for no reason, right? The thing is, I have no way to have the same behavior with that. I tried to input is an echo, only available for input event key. An echo event is a repeated key event. 700 is holding down the key. The rate at which an echo event is sent is typically around 20 events per second after holding down the key for roughly half a second. However, the key repeat delay... Okay. Is matched, is pressed, is released, X formed by... Is action released. Is action pressed. Ah, this is so stupid. Do I have an interest? Is it better for me to have this the discrete joystick? Do I have an interest? Not necessarily. But at the same time, I would have one thing doing the process, and it would send an event instead of having all of them run in the process function. That's the benefit, I guess. And I treat that. I change the way it works. Because in here, I wouldn't even check. I would just check UI left. I would not even check something else. I would just check that. I would not check if it's actually coming from a discrete joystick or not. I'm tempted. I am tempted to put everything in here. I think it's just simpler that way. So what if in here I want to replace that with this? Replace. I don't need this anymore, and I don't need the released anymore. If you're going diagonally, it's not giving you the diagonal, right? I'm not going as far as doing that. I'm treating it as a non-diagonal stuff. We could look at all of them and send at the end. Should I do that? No. No, because then I would need to parse. And there's no need because it's already what we are doing in here, right? Grab next focus. We are already treating that as not as a complex thing. Yeah, so let's keep it simple. I'm simply emitting, and on all of them I need to pass the direction. I forgot. So dir.left. Okay, so in here it's left, in here It's right, in case I need that. That could be useful, maybe. Down. And up. And delta is unused. I could do that in the process, actually, to go a little bit faster. Right? Could do that in the process. And let's include that beautiful little baby. Globals. Another fucking globals. Discrete. Joystick. Doop. I want you to be right over there. Maybe after the controller icons, you know what? And so if we try... that, we can say... In here, we can say... joystick or discrete joystick. Joystick event. Connect. And so instead of passing this, you know what? I will keep an older version of that just in case I want for my testing. We will still do this, but instead of passing an event, I'll pass a joy direction, which is going to be a vector 2. Grab next focus. And in here, we're going to remove that. I'm going to use an anonymous function to do this. Joy dir, which is a vector 2, and then a dir, which is discrete. Discrete joystick. You don't want to do that? You do, right? You do when you pass the joy dir. Or I don't pass the discrete version. What do you think? Maybe I don't pass it, that way it's easier for me. We'll see. Let's see how that works. I need to grab a drink though. I need to go grab a drink. So we are here. Let's add a few things so we can play. Okay. So as we can see on the letters, it's doing some stupid shit, but the moment I am here... Yeah, it doesn't work well in here, but I need more of them to be able to check between those. So put me here. Put me here. This is weird though. Okay. Why so many events? Oh, because all of the... Yes. What? Oh, is it because the letter? Yeah. It's because the letter is not marking that as handled. This is why I was doing the get viewport stuff. This is why I was using the input event. Problems. Problems. I don't really know. I don't really know. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna take a quick break, grab something to drink. Okay, quick break. See you in 4. If I do it fast enough, I can just make it rotate. Like a helicopter, but with a label. Back. Her point. Main character positioned prominently in the center. In the center. In the center. In the center. This is the definition of center from the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. This is the definition of center. This is literally his definition of center. Clearly on the fucking right. Okay. This one I feel great. Why did I say that? Why did I fucking say that? I hate everything. And I hate myself a lot. Them, so they just continue speaking English with their French accent, and people will also mock them because then they will say, "Oh, you have a French accent when you." So whatever you do, you are fucked. The only thing you can do is keep all of that and try to have a good accent, like from the get-go. And if you have a good accent from the get-go, then it's fine. People are like, "Oh my god, you have such a good accent. How do you do it?" You fucker! You need to try. If you like what you're seeing, it's one way of supporting, because I would love my games to support myself, but apparently I'm not capable of doing that, so I kinda need your help. Okay. Let's see how many points we do every time we kill a... Oh, the points. Oh no! All of that to lose the combo. in one fucking mistake, I lost everything. Weak! Again. Incredible. Incredi-fucking-bull. Try the steps to see if you get stuck. I never get stuck with the stairs. I love the stairs. The stairs are working incredibly well, right? No problem with the stairs. Why would the stairs not work? We are sometimes ejected where we not want to, but it... Emitting is equal to true, okay? Emitting is equal to fucking true. You fucking what, mate? You fucking what? I want to... I need to calm down. I need to calm the fuck down. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm fucking stupid. I forgot. I forgot to add the dash bounce. Let's go, infinite bounce. We want a polygon to have a look, and we want a label to have what? The letter, exactly. Congrats. Kong the fucking rats. I think short and sweet. Just like my... just like my tart that I ate. Just like my tart. Whoops, I was muted. Streamer is gone. Streamer is gone. 10 consecutive streams, let's go. Okay, we'll do differently. So let's do that. I killed the discrete joystick. We don't need that. I'm gonna create a component. Called how do you call discrete? Do I recall it discrete joystick? Realistically, it's discrete input, right? Let's call it discrete input. There is no discrete joystick anymore. We can use that, but we are not going to do this anymore. Grab next focus. Okay. I'm gonna put the discrete... Oh fuck, it doesn't have a class yet. Doesn't 4% add a joystick. You're talking about an on-screen joystick. My issue is that the event related to joystick as an action is triggered continuously. It's not discrete. I want I want to only count when you go back. So you go right, you go above the threshold, it counts, and it only counts again if it comes back and you come again. The problem right now is that the game works well, and the UI works well and everything with the joystick, but the way we grab the input with the joystick, it triggers multiple events, and so it's a shame. It doesn't work. So I'm fixing this because I didn't realize it was a problem. Discrete input. Weird. No, that's intended. What is weird is that they don't provide an easy way to treat it as a discrete input in the input event, because you can do it if you query the input singleton. But for some reason, I don't want to do that because I think it's going to be a problem. Because I need to not propagate the event if I want. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, but I think I need to do it, unfortunately. I think this is going to be tied to a button, right? This is going to be tied to a button, or not? Not actually, not. So in here, we're not going to do that anymore. You're going to see. Let's put discrete input in here. Let's put discrete input in here. This will have a signal input, and it's going to pass an event, which is going to be the input event. Is that what we want? No, not at all. Not at all. It's going to pass the joy direction as a vector, and it's going to pass the event because we need to be able to mark it as triggered or not. So this is fine. This is fine. We don't do that. And the only thing I want to do is var x released bool true and y released. I think I have to do that, right? And x released and x released, and in here we want and y released. Okay, this sounds really stupid, but I think I have to do that. I'm not going to elifs those ones, and we want is action released, and we don't care about that. And then in here we want to say like x released is equal to true, and in here we want like y released. Okay, that should trigger, that should do a discrete event. That should do a discrete event. Let's try. Connect this to my rune body. And so now on this, I'm going to grab the next focus, and it is going to have the joy direction passed as a vector to and an event. Could have connected it directly, so just for testing I'll do that, and I'll connect it directly maybe after oops event, right? Wishlist up. Too few arguments. What? Yeah, you don't do that anymore. And so then in grab next focus, you'll have the event and you'll set... Ah, you set the input as handled in here, so maybe... This does not affect the method and input, only the way events are propagated. Ah, so that's why we have to check from here. So now, if I'm correct, I launch and it works. I hope it does. That's not what I wanted to do. So let's grab a few runes. Okay. I go up, I select a rune, and it doesn't work. Fuck it. Because this receives something. X released should be set to false, by the way. Otherwise it's useless. And in here it's Y released. Oh, fuck you. We received the event. I forgot to send my input, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Joy direction, an event. And that should be better. Always send your input. Always. First thing you should do, send input. Okay, we go up. So we can navigate just like before. And now, can we navigate just like before with the joystick? No. We have the exact same problem. I suspect that there is something else. I suspect there is something else. Is my logic correct? Oh yeah, we have the three of them doing it. That's kind of a pain. Oh, the fuck. I should have used the parent. I should have used the parent. Okay. So you can see that that works. Then that does the same thing. Why? It counts released all the time. It's kind of stupid, no? Returns true if the given matches an event. Okay, there's something else that we can do. There's something else that we can do, maybe. Garder les insectes au jardin et hors de mes jeux. Totally. There's something else that we might be able to do. Let's return here entirely. Let's do function process. So all of the thing like that we can do. Input is action just pressed. All of that can be removed. We don't put an event anymore because we don't really need the event. I thought we would need the event, but in fact we tell the problem is that I don't think it's going to work correctly. That's what I mean. I don't think it's going to work. That's the only issue. Oh, you know, before, instead of doing that, I don't know how you people can speak two languages. Looking at the grammar for French and what I wrote is different enough to be confusing for me speaking English. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. It happens very often that I mix both, or sometimes I speak French and I use English words or English or French words, but in an English way. That's kind of what Canadians are doing very often. No. Yeah, it still doesn't work. It doesn't work because now the input is lagging behind the actual input, and so the letter is eating it. So do I need to check the... Why am I doing this, seriously? Is there a way to get a dead zone? I guess we need to use the dead zone, so that doesn't work. Sending the input event is useless no matter what, so I can keep it that way. So is action pressed is going to be above the dead zone, right? But why is action released sent all the time? Oh, but I have the information. And not released. I'm stupid. I have the information myself. Right? I can just do this. And I'll know if it's released or not. Am I right? Am I right? I hope I am. Okay, there's something weird happening now. Even that doesn't work. Do I have the correct behavior though? Okay, on and off. On. But my X is released. Why do I have debugger? What is happening? Oh, because I'm sending with the fucking thing. That's why they're not reacting. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I didn't see. Okay. We still have a problem. We are going to release too many things. I think we need to know in what direction we are. We don't have a choice. Right? Yeah, otherwise it's releasing X. No. It's releasing X. So that doesn't work. I think I have to do this. There's probably a better way. There's probably a better way. Shit, this was X positive. Released in here. Right? There should be a better way. It could just be an array. I don't need to check them individually, I guess. You know what? Doesn't matter. What I could do is have just one of them to check. It would be easier. So event X release. Event X release. Okay. Okay, I think it's kind of working now. So now, if I grab one of those, I can go between them fine. And if I use the joystick... I think it's because of the letters. I think it's because of the letters. I think it's because of the letters. I guess they take precedence. I don't know why though. I don't know why specifically on that input. I don't know why specifically on that input. What am I grabbing here? It still does it. Why? Why? Am I crazy? Okay. Basically, if I'm too close to the thing, I trigger a bunch of them very easily. It looks like it's not using the fucking... It looks like this input event is not using the fucking the fucking stuff. Unready var. I feel like this is so weird that I have to do it myself. I don't understand what's happening in here. Export unready var. How is it called? I don't know how to call it, so fuck it. I want the threshold. Unexpected indent. Why do I have an indent? Input map. Get threshold. Get action. Godot get threshold of input action. Action get dead zone. So on all of them, yeah, this could clearly be a this could clearly be an array. Too bad. I'm doing it manually. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's event, get action strength above the dead zone. And we need to do the same thing to count that's released, I guess. Do you agree? We need to do the same thing. You need to be going below the dead zone. Why am I doing that manually? This makes no sense. There's something I'm missing. For sure. It makes absolutely no sense doing that manually. It makes absolutely no sense. Okay, so we go on here. Okay. And then fuck me. Fuck me so hard, I'm dying right now. This needs to be absolute. This needs to be absolute, otherwise it doesn't go on the right. What is wrong? What is wrong? Apart from that, it works. Okay, it doesn't. It still triggers multiple times. Oh yeah, but because it doesn't re-trigger correctly. Okay, I know what's happening. Okay, it's really difficult to... I'm gonna do that. Because I can't see shit. But there is something wrong. I'm doing something wrong. This can't be it. And I could do that on all of them. What am I doing? I can do that on all of them. Yes. So what is up? The action strength is superior to the dead zone. That's what I want, right? Oh, it's the wrong stuff in here. Fuck you. UI down, UI up, UI left, UI right, UI down, UI up. Is it better now? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save that game. That way I can go directly from here. And I'm losing less time. I already have the right stuff. Perfect. Okay, so let's go back. We are in here. We still can navigate with the joystick, not the joystick, with the discrete input. And with the joystick, it doesn't work. Do you think it's just a dead zone? And what if I configure the dead zone in here instead? And I configure a higher dead zone just to see. Instead of using that shitty ass dead zone. Yeah, that's what I want. Is this going to be better? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why is it so complex? It has a tendency to... Oh, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Checking the dead zone on the release makes no sense, right? Do you agree that it makes no sense? Am I crazy? It makes no sense. It still triggers multiple times. It's less worse, but it's still not good. Let me check something though. Oh fucking hell. No matter what I do, the letters are eating the input. Okay, I really thought it would be easier to do that. So I think I'm gonna let it go for now. I'm not gonna touch it for now. Unfortunately. This is horrible, by the way. This is horrible. I'm pretty sure I've done that in the past, though. Chef's kiss. Thank you, Jotson. I'm glad it worked. I'm glad it worked. I'm really surprised the letters were behaving that way in the backpack, because I don't understand what happened. Because for the longest time, they worked totally fine. But actually, the fix was relatively simple, I think. I'm not disabling them. I'm still confused about physics, to be honest. I'm still confused about physics. Every time I do a game which involves physics, I end up regretting it. Because there's always something that I don't understand. And in God of 4, they introduced new things which are making handling physics objects a little bit easier. Like the ability to disable very easily an entire object, or even the freezing and everything works well. But initially it wasn't working well. So I implemented my own custom freeze and then a bunch of stuff. And so in the case of the backpack, the problem was turning the objects, disabling the objects was causing a problem, because when we were re-enabling them, basically their position was not updated, or there was something weird, and they appeared somewhere else. I don't understand why. I still don't understand why. But just freezing them actually fixed the problem. For some fucking reason. And also there was a problem with the save, but anyway. I fixed a bunch of problems, that was really cool. But I still have my problem with the joypad input right now. And I'm really surprised that no one has done a script or God of 4 joystick action press discrete. I'm really surprised. I mean, I have done it in my gamepad, right? It keeps recommending me this shit that I made a while ago. In my slider gamepad, discrete joystick. The joystick acts as a button, only updating the value by 1 each press. Okay, how did I do it? Why do I have 2 sliders? This is stupid. Joystick discrete. Let's check when I'm using it. Handle joystick discrete on GUI input event. Huh? Whoops. Okay, show me the function. Handle joystick discrete. Is action pressed? True? Why true? Is action pressed and joystick can input. Joystick can input. I treat value -1. I treat all of the inputs. How you can go in one direction at a time. Okay, that might be easier to do that. Maybe I do this instead. It's kind of the same, no? But it would be a little bit more simple. Let's try. We can remove all of this shit. All of the input as handled also. Let's just define this. But that is going to cause the same problem, no? That is going to cause the same problem. UI up, UI down. This is the same thing. I don't see how this would fix anything. What? Oh shit, I put it at the wrong spot. This is just false, right? I'm tired. I'm tired. Up would be -1 and down would be 1, right? Just to get input. True. True when you can input actually. True. If elifs. Okay, I'm gonna say released. Is this going to be better? I mean, it should. Action pressed event, input event. Should be. It should be. And it's not. Because all of them are releasing. How can it work? Because the Y is also releasing. Is that true? What if I remove all of that and I just keep the X? No, it's releasing at all times. So how does it work? I don't understand. Joystick and input. Why do we pass true in here? What is this? Exact match. Okay. I don't understand how this works in here. And it doesn't work. I really don't understand. Why do we have all of these released? Is it because we have that many... Because we have that many runes and I just see a bunch of runes? Maybe. So with the gamepad, I need to not have the letters. With the gamepad, we see one event. We see so many fucking releases. The problem is that this is going to be released also, right? What do I see if I do that? We need one release per axis though. Because now if I reintroduce the same logic, but with this, it's going to cause problems. I'm going to write up release. We need one release per axis. Down release, right? We need to put a not. Yeah, the problem is that you have down released at the same time. So it will cause a bunch of problems. So if we have can input H, can input V instead. And now it's better, hopefully. Johnson, are you here, Johnson? I have a question for you about the game, if you're here. And of course, I'll also question, yeah. Would you be interested in a daily mode? Do you think it would make sense? I'm thinking of 2 daily modes. One for the pool mode and one for the classic. I would absolutely. Okay. So I don't know if you played pool mode. Pool mode is the cauldron is entirely filled and you have to find as many words as you can and no letters are dropped. It's just one full cauldron and you spell as many as you can. I was imagining the same seed for everyone and people compete on the leaderboard. And for classic craft, I'm thinking classic craft right now cannot really be, you cannot compete with other people. So what I'm imagining is a classic craft score mode where whenever you're done, whenever you have reached the required score, it actually doesn't stop. It stops when you have used all of your drops. All of your words, sorry. So you need to score 5 words. Something like that. But maybe I would make it shorter so people don't have to go through all of the thing. But I think that's what I would do. Yeah, or shorter, totally. You wouldn't go through the whole 12 stuff. It would probably be shorter. But the idea is, it would be kind of the same logic, but instead of stopping immediately when you have reached the score, you actually continue. And so each chapter you try to score as much as possible and it gives you a total score. I'm playing the regular daily run right now, but it's too long. It's like 15 minutes daily. Yeah, it's pretty long. It's pretty long. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm imagining something shorter. Yeah. Okay, interesting then. Interesting. I'm tempted to do it. I want to do a daily mode with Hyperslice also. The reason is I don't want to play the game. I know it, and I've beaten the game multiple times. But if I have a daily run, then I might be interested in playing again. Because it's going to be new, and it's going to be short, and maybe I compete in the leaderboard and I want to play again to have a better score. Maybe not, but at least I'm playing every day. So yeah. Oh my god, I think that's it. I think that's it. Okay, let's try. That was so simple. It's still not it. I know why. I know why. I know why. I don't know why. Actually, I don't know why. Actually, I don't know why. Actually, I know why. Fuck. I know why. Leaderboards and everything, and that'll be awesome. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I need to think about the pool mode. The pool mode, I'm sure about the implementation, because it already works, basically. You can already have a seed and it works fine. So I can turn that into a daily mode quite easily. For the classic craft mode, maybe I rework the mode a little bit. Because it's kind of weird that you have a set goal to attain, but you can go further. So maybe I just rework it, and you just have a certain amount of drops. Yeah, maybe it's something simpler, right? But I think there's something cool about going to the shop and everything. That's why I wanted to have levels. So maybe instead of having a set goal... No, you need to have a set goal because you can fail. It's possible to fail. And I want that, I think. It's not just about reaching the highest score, it's about doing a mini version of the normal mode with the additional score. That sequence of statements was game dev encapsulated. I know why, I don't know why, I know why. Yeah. I thought I knew. Then I was like, no, it's not that. Because the event is consumed immediately. But then I understood again, which was the first understanding as the third understanding was the same as the first. Leaderboard, yeah. Hello, Wallaber. Hope you're doing good. So I know what's happening. It works if I don't go fast enough. Otherwise, what's happening is the first rune is receiving the input. The first rune is receiving the input. It's considering the input as activated, and it's going to wait for the input to be released so it can trigger again. J'arrive dans 2 secondes. Mais je l'ai vu, j'ai vu la notif, j'ai juste pas ouvert. When this will trigger, the problem is that my input is long, basically. It is not triggering just once, that fucking joystick event. So this is receiving it, but this is also receiving it just after, when it has the... when it receives focus, and then this one, and then this one. Sorry, I bumped. There is something wrong. There is something wrong about how I do that. And why am I doing this, by the way? The guy is questioning everything. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this, by the way? I have buttons. Is there a reason? I think I will rediscover the reason in just a second. It just doesn't do anything. Because it's not a root node, I guess. Godot doesn't pass the input to the next one. I don't know exactly what's happening here, but something is consuming the input. Something is consuming the input? Is it you? Are you consuming the input? No. Wow. Wow. It's frustrating, guys. I will take another break, I think. Maybe I just leave that for now, and I'll work on it later on. Yeah, it doesn't want to move. Why is Godot not doing it for me? I have a button, it should look at the other buttons. I don't know how Godot handles focus by default. How it decides which one should be the next... which one should be the next focus. I guess maybe when it's not a child of a control node, it doesn't propagate the same way, maybe? I don't know how to do that. I need to think about it, but I don't know... I don't know how to do that. I think I need a... No, I can't. I need a local input, or do I not? Oh my god, I can go back to my idea of having like a singleton for that. I can go back to this idea. That way the singleton is sending one input. Oh, we are going full circle. We are going full circle. I'm taking a break. I'm taking another break. My girlfriend came back with some food. It's gonna be better. See you in 5 minutes or something. Bye. Congrats. Huge congrats to Daniel Mullins. Huge congrats. I'm going to follow you, of course, because I want to see what you're doing. What are you usually doing? Bloop, keep it alive. Sacrifices must be made. It looks like... Okay, what? Okay, what? What? Okay. 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 I think I understand. That explains a lot. It makes sense. Okay. Try the steps to see if you get stuck. I never get stuck with the stairs. I love the stairs. The stairs are working incredibly well, right? No problem with the stairs. Why would the stairs not work? We are sometimes ejected where we not want to, but it... Mais maman, j'en ai marre d'être surveillé par tout le monde. C'est quoi ces histoires de data? J'ai 4 ans, je ne comprends pas. Godot, you're frustrating. Godot, you're frustrating. Godot, you're frustrating. What am I doing? 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 Rot. What the fuck? Are you ready? Let's fucking go! No, why? 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 Why again? Zoom out. Zoom out. Where is the other one? I want my money back. I'm not joining anymore. is to automate my standing desk, because at the moment I have to hold the button. So I want to use a simple thingy to do that. Fuck, my light fell. Sorry. Ugly ass fuck and not ugly as fuck. Welcome back. Okay, so there's no music, so I will do the music myself. Two. Are you ready? Let's go. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it only visual stuff? It's not working. We have a problem. Okay, let's stop everything. What if we take a look at the showroom? Let's see how it looks. It looks like shit. Okay. This one I feel great. Why did I say that? Why did I fucking say that? I hate everything. And I hate myself a lot. Okay, I know how to fix it. We go back. Is it really? Okay, let me go back to something. There's something I don't understand. Godot input. There's something I don't understand. Focused window input event. If the viewport is embedding window, the viewport tries to interpret. Next, if the window, first of all, the standard node input function will be called in any node that overrides it and hasn't disabled input processing with node set process input. If any function consumes the event, it can call viewport set input as handled. Okay, so that's okay. That's not the problem. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. I thought that would be a problem, but that's not a problem. So let's do discrete input. I hope I'm done with that, so I can push the update and work on O.B.O.L. But realistically, if I push the update, I don't have time to work on O.B.O.L. So maybe I push the update later tonight, so I work on O.B.O.L. live. That might be better. Why am I removing all of that? Yeah. Okay. So everything that is below this, we don't care. I can't do this. We don't need this. And the dead zone, we also don't need it. It's built in, and that should work. Okay, so now we go over here. We go over here. Discrete input. Add. Fuck, I forgot. I forgot. I will put that right over there. Discrete input, connect. What? That should be better. We have one global input at a time. I hope it works. It's now broken even with the... It's now broken. Even with the joystick, with the not the joystick, the game, the D-pad. Okay, so the event is fine. The event is fine. There is one event that should be good. It cannot be that we have more than one event, right? It cannot be. Don't tell me that. It's impossible. You go fuck yourself right now. It's not possible. Where's my grab next focus? Right there. I am here. I do left. Joy Deer is left. It's going to select a rune. I don't care which one. It has selected a rune. Current value. Should I check which one it is? Letter copy. It's this one. I recognize the thing. It's this one. It's going to grab it. Set the input as handled. And the fucker that is the other one is going to also receive in the same frame. Is going to receive the thing. Because... Okay. It is fine. It is fine. It is fine. I need to be the viewport as well. I need to be the viewport as well. I need to be the viewport, okay? So in here, input handled bool false, okay? I need to be the viewport. Because what's happening is that I'm telling Godot the input is handled, so it doesn't propagate anymore. But that's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is that now we have one thing. We have a different problem every time. This is crazy. Before that, the problem was because each of the discrete inputs were on different nodes, they were all handling their discrete input. So they were in cascade receiving the input that the joystick is triggering continuously, kind of. right? So they were just moving from one to another. They had no idea of like one event. For them, it was the different events. Now we have one thing that handles all the events and creates one event. The problem is that it sends a signal. So we have the same problem again because we are sending one event, but all of them are seeing the event and are like, oh, I can use that. Especially if we're lucky enough that the order... is it a question of order? It should work. Okay, let me check something. Because the order matters in this case, right? The order matters a lot. If we are here and we go here, we skip. But if we go on the right, we don't skip. Wow, that's why it's so difficult to debug initially, because you don't understand why am I skipping this one? Why am I going left? I'm skipping this one, but when I'm going right, I'm not skipping, but then I'm skipping this one. And it's because of where they are in the tree. Because you see them like that, you might assume that they are laid out left to right, but in the tree they're actually intertwined, I think, at some point. Or some of them are next to each other and the other is not. And so, possibly, if if the rune that is receiving the input first is right there, I don't know how the signal is being propagated, to be honest. I guess it's in the order... It's probably in the reverse order or something. I don't know. But anyway, that's why it triggers some of them and not all of them. It made me remind me left it code enclosed that logged impossible. Like no way you can reach this line in program and then you need to report it. You left it that said impossible, yeah. I mean it's always like that. Okay, that's going to be I have fixed that. Just give me a sec. I still think I'm wrong. I still think there's something wrong I'm doing, because I'm basically reinventing the wheel right now. I'm reinventing the wheel. And this one should not have any idea. This thing should not have any idea. But I'm going to do it no matter what. I'm going to say discrete input, input handled true. It should not have any idea that this is happening, I think. But anyway. It was because you were saying you needed to view the viewport. Then you need to port it. View the viewport. Okay, I see. I was confused. I thought you were talking about porting to consoles or something. Input handled true, which means the moment we have a new input, we need to say false again. And in here, if that you return, let me believe for a second that I fixed the problem. Let me believe. Please. Please. Oh, yes. Yes. It works. Okay, now, does it work with letters? No. Fuck me. Why? I don't know. Could it be? I mean, I think for my system to work, I need to modify my letters to handle stuff. To also use the same system, otherwise it won't work. That being said, I'm gonna put input handled in here too, that might help. Oh yes. No. Why? Why does it work well? Since when does it work well in here? I thought it was buggy in here. How does it work? What is happening? You can see the... It's grabbing it immediately. It's going right there, right? It's fucking annoying. So just to see, in here we have no problem, it works fine. Then we drop the letters and it doesn't work anymore, right? Yes, go fuck yourself. And now it's all broken in here too, no? It seems to be mostly fine. Okay, what gives me hope is that it's possible that it's just the way I managed the letters. Because now that we have one signal thingy, we should use it everywhere. Otherwise, we are obviously going to create problems where we have one system that collides with another. We shouldn't use our one system for all of them. But it works fine with the D-pad. I guess the reason it works fine with the D-pad is just that it sends one signal, and when we use the joystick, we have two things colliding with each other, and one of them probably reacts differently. Why am I doing it in unhandled input? Because I wanted to be the logic was, if nothing else is reacting to this, we want the letters to grab the focus. So that was kind of cool. That worked mostly fine. Right? You see, in here we are doing the same technique, but it doesn't work well because we are treating the x-axis and the y-axis as the same input, as the same CAN input, and so possibly if you're going diagonally, sometimes it skips certain letters, I guess. It's possible that it will skip some letters. Maybe if we have more letters, we'll see it. It will skip some of them. Yeah, sometimes it skips, and it's because slightly going not perfectly right, but up is messing with the thing. Ah, fuck you so much. What is happening in here? I guess what is happening is we are losing the code, right? Should we check that? It's this. I'm pretty sure it's this. I'm pretty sure it's this, sorry. So right now I do that. I grab the focus. I guess. Oh, all of the letters are going through that. Fuck it. Okay. Let's just go here then. Oh, motherfucker. It's not this. Interesting. Oh, but we have a last letter focus, so it's going to be that. Yes. Okay, that's exactly it. You see what we have? We just grabbed the focus in here, and we have lost the focus, but we are still getting this information. We are still getting this input. Why is this triggered before? Why is this triggered so fast? This unhandled input. Because we take more than... We are not doing it immediately. We take like a frame to react. I'm not sure. Input event, GUI, shortcut, unhandled. Input event. So what I imagine, if so far no one consumed the unhandled callback will be overridden and not disabled, blah, 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 blah. So I guess what's happening is that it's not immediate. Is that true? Do you think that's the case? My discrete input receives the input, sends it, and it's not immediate? It receives it one frame after? Maybe. Maybe. Do we have the frame count? Print, rune, focus, and we can do engine, get frame, get process frames. Do. In here we can say letter focus. This is annoying. This is annoying. This is annoying. Sorry. It doesn't have time. Letter focus. Oh no, we have a rune focus. No? What? I don't even have time to see the rune focus. Why is it not printing? Why are you not printing? Huh? Am I crazy? Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. This is not how it works. This is not how it works. Hell, Trevoron. It's going bad. So why does that work? Why? 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 It's the mistake I'm making is that I thought it was something else. Why are we not doing simply button has focus? Right? There is a has focus. Ignore and blah blah blah, we don't care. If we have the focus, we do that. So we are doing this, right? Okay, there's something I don't understand. It would be better for me to stop, but I think I can't stop right now. I hate the fact that when I do this, continue, it doesn't go back to... It doesn't go back to the game. It's really annoying. I am here, I go up. Okay, I go up. I grab the third. Oh fuck. Why do I grab the third? It's just because of that. Oh my god. Why do I grab the third? Why do I grab the third? Because then I arrive in here. But we are the focus owner, so we do nothing. Right? Now it is the rune. That's exactly what I thought. Okay. I'm just stupid with the way I handle the focus in here. Good to know. Good to know. Oh my god. Why was I doing this? I could simplify all of that. It makes sense though that I'm doing the unhandled input. But I guess what I could do is have the same logic in here. My discrete input could do the same thing for unhandled input. Right? I could do this. And I react to the one I want. And I still call it an input in handled. Handled? What? How do you write that? Okay, like that. And I just put the same fucking thing again. What seems to be the problem? Okay. I'm going to set input handle to false. But maybe it is. No? I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I know nothing. The other solution I have, instead of doing all of this shit, is... Because why would I be able to input all of that and not here? We don't have focus, grab one. This is stupid, by the way. This is stupid. I can do the same thing. I can have the same logic in here, but refactor so it's less stupid. Right? I can do that. and this should work. So, there is an input. The first thing to know is if we can input or not. Like this. We should separate the X and Y value, but it doesn't matter, okay? And then, if we have focus, then we call grab deferred whatever. If not, we grab one. That is so much better. Why am I doing this? Right? If we have focus, we do this. If we don't, we grab one. That is so much better. All of that is shit. Trevor, I really like the music on Lexispell. New tracks planned. Full of tracks. Tracks. Joypad can input. Okay. Let's test this. If you can input. This is shit though. I need to change that. Because we need to separate both the X and the Y axis. Otherwise your X could actually release things, I think. There is still something weird. Even though the input is marked as handled, it looks like... I don't really understand why here... Oh, this is so annoying. I don't understand why here I would go that route. So we can input, right? Okay, let's check what it's going to do. We go left. Joy can input is equal to false. Why is this receiving the input first? Why is this the first thing to receive the input? Oh my god. By the way, I don't want to have that in here. And I said I wanted to stop at 6 and it's now 6:18. Fuck me. Oh, but it's the same problem. It's the same problem. Am I stupid? What didn't mean no. I'm super stupid. It is the same problem as before. Because of the way the joysticks are creating inputs, if I want the solution to work, there needs to be one input at a time. One and only. One. I cannot let multiple things handle the joystick, because as you can see, what's happening here is that the rune is getting the focus on frame 9466. But there is another fucking input on 9467, and the letter is getting that. So it works individually. The runes are going to work on themselves. The letters are going to work because they keep track of the joystick input. Why? Do I need to be in unhandled then? Do I need to be in unhandled with the letters? I guess I'm doing that because I want to make sure that all of the things are going to receive first, right? I hate everything. about this. I hate everything about this. So now my letters, they need this, right? Okay. Let's think. Let's think. Let's think. Which is hard. You know? Which is hard. Let's do everything in here that might be simpler for me. And I'll move it later if I need to. When you say that, you know you're never going to... You're never going to do that. Connect. Let's do a discrete function in here. What are we receiving when we send this? Unhandled input, joy dear. Unhandled input, we are receiving joy direction as a vector 2. Let's do the logic in here, shall we? I prefer that. Okay, so if joy can input blah blah blah, this is bullshit. We are already doing this. We are already doing this. So this bullshit. Okay. Button have focus. The input is going to be handled no matter what, right? Maybe not, in fact. Maybe not. So we'll let the grab next focus. We'll let it do it. Because it's going to do it no matter what. Yes. So we are receiving this. Get focus. Button grab focus. We grab someone. And grab next focus is going to do what? Joy dear input get vector. We don't even care what we are doing at that point. I think it doesn't matter though. I think it doesn't matter because the event is tracked. So then you can grab the input again if you want, it doesn't matter. Amazing. It doesn't work. Sorry, what? pressed up. Why can input V is false? Why is it false? Oh, because this triggered it. This triggered it. I'm recreating the input system. There's something that is not normal. I'm recreating the exact same fucking thing. There's something weird here. This is going to be called... What happens if you set... Is the signal preventing the thing? You see what I mean? Are signals sent immediately and it stops the execution and you go back to here, or is it separated? I don't know how it propagates. I realize that now. I don't know how it propagates. You send the signal, so the thing is reacting, and then it continues execution, right? Is that how it works? So I can reset both of those and set if not input handled, then I can say can input H true and can input V true, and then we do the unhandled. Am I not redoing the same thing? And then what? What is wrong? Ah, ooh. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Give me a second, I need to open to my cat. Okay, I have the behavior back. What the fuck? That's not how unhandled is working. Because it just needs a separate value, right? I feel like it needs a separate value. The can input, it's not that problem. Maybe we just need to treat it as a separate thing. I have no idea. At this point, I'm just... At this point, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Replace, match case. Whole word, yes. No. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Is that it? Do you think it's the right time? Vote in your head if you think it's the right, if you think I fixed everything and now it works. So that works fine. The normal joystick, we're back to what we had before. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. What am I doing that is wrong? What am I doing? What am I doing? We are here. I go here. We don't care about that. Okay, okay, goodbye. We are here. Go up, please. Go up. So many objects are reacting to that. Is it going to end? Okay. It didn't work. There is nothing more frustrating than working with input. Because it triggers input automatically. I go left. What happens? Why is the event not handled right now? Input handled. Why is it not handled? I guess I need to see that, right? Okay, I don't care. Stop. Okay, we are here. Let's go to the script. Unhandled. And we want to see it being handled or not. We are going to go left. So let's see that, okay? Let's try to understand what's happening. I go left. Why unhandled first? Am I crazy? Am I not able to input H? We start again. I'm fed up. We go here. Left. Left. What? It didn't count it as left? What the fuck? Okay, because it received a bunch of inputs on that frame. Oh, fuck it. It's the same problem again. I can't. That's not... I fucking can't. That's too much. I think I know what it is. But the problem is that I'm reinventing the input system and I don't know how it's made, and so I'm making it worse. Fucking hell. So at some point this is going to be true, right? So let's see when it's going to be true. It's sending so many inputs. Okay, and now it is true. So we can input, we say to the left, we input here, then it's going to grab focus, it's going to select the rune, it's going to go and select the rune, mark it as handled and everything. Now we return, we exit this. That is all good, blah, 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 blah. Now what? Boom! Input handled false, it's other inputs. But the thing is now we cannot input anymore, okay? So that's good. And then, boom, we arrive here. The input is not handled. Why? Oh! My God. It's in the name. It's in the name. Input handled. We are talking about this specific input. But remember what we are fighting. We've been fighting that for like probably 2 hours. We are fighting what? We are fighting the fact that the joystick is sending a gazillion inputs. So this specific input handled, fine. But the next one, no, no, no. So the next one goes here instead. And then it triggers that. And then the letters are saying, eh. Oh, this is frustrating. And so I guess this is exactly why Godot... But why? I would love to know. I'm too lazy to go and look at the source code, but I'm wondering how... Because input is action just pressed takes that into account, basically. It waits for it to be set back again. And this is what we want, right? This is the behavior that we want. So in this case, to make the behavior that I want, instead of saying input is handled and then it's not handled, the input cannot be back to handled. We need to consider an input as more than one input. For us, an input is not all of the things that are going when you move the joystick. For us, an input is it above the threshold? We consider the input when it's coming back, right? Something like that. It's kind of what we do with the can input. But why am I doing this? I'm doing this to know if it has been handled by this function, right? And because this takes precedence, I would argue that we set it back to false only here. Is that right? Is that right? Would that work? Ah, save me. Lord, save me. Okay, let's remove that for a second, because it's going to trigger all the fucking time. It's going to be painful. Ah, shit. So now if I go up, it's going there. That's true. That works well. I will do it again, but with the joystick this time. Are you ready? Are you freaking ready? Joystick up. I didn't even touch the joystick. Stop. I didn't even touch the joystick. Why is it sending unhandled input? Oh, because I'm doing UI up. I forgot. I mean... Let's pass all of them. Come on, come on, come on. Where am I? I'm here. I go up. Why is it unhandled first? Why? I guess it doesn't matter, right? Shit, I missed it. Fucking hell, I'm confused. It's gonna input, it's gonna emit, but we don't have focus, so it's not going to do anything in here. So the next thing is the letter is going to receive that. It's going to send this. We don't have focus, so we grab a letter. Theoretically, it should not select the letter. Ah, it has already selected the letter. Okay, now it's here. Shut up. Shut up. Oh my god. Oh, shut up. Oh, finally. Finally. All of that. All of that. For this. It's not done yet. It's not done. We need to try with... I think those ones also need the same logic, otherwise it won't work. Yeah, we have the same problem over here, but we can use the same logic. We can use the drop-in replacement instead. Oh my god. It's finally going to be fixed. The solution was so simple. All along it was just re-implement the Godot logic. I'm really surprised that Godot doesn't offer... So I'm probably missing something. I'm really surprised that Godot doesn't offer a way to treat the joystick as a discrete input without going through input is action just pressed. Like as an event. I'm really surprised that you can't have an event that is only true once with the joystick, and you have to use input. You have to use the singleton, and I decided to not use the singleton because I need, at least I think I need, realistically maybe I don't, but I think I need the propagation of input. I want to have that propagation, which is first input and then unhandled input. Realistically, because of how the game works, it would have been simpler to have like a focus manager, because I'm mixing between a bunch of elements that are on different canvas layers, so it would have been easier to just have a focus manager, and I don't know exactly what it would have done, but yeah. Okay, so I need to implement that, and I'm basically done. I need to just implement it everywhere else. Do I still grab this joy direction in here? Is it really interesting? I mean, maybe it's fine. So I need to put on the consumable shop button, I think. I don't remember where I'm handling this. Maybe not. Consumable what then? Consumable button? Oh yeah, this is it. GUI input. In here, I'm doing GUI input. Why am I doing GUI input? Because GUI input is first. a new problem. A new problem. We saw it earlier. It's first, right? It's after input. So what's the logic in here? I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. Sorry, what? If we have the focus and we are first index, override left. Ah, yeah, we only override left because the rest should work on its own. I'm not sure it's going to work. I have the... I'm afraid it won't work. Yeah, because the buttons on their own, they work fine, I think. I guess. Why? Why is this broken all of a sudden? Why is this broken all of a sudden? There's something that drives me crazy right now. I feel like this worked fine before. I'm only overriding it. Oh. Oh, motherfucker. I know. I know. Okay. We still need to set as handled, otherwise the letters are going to catch it. So the difference that we have right now is that our system kind of creates, it's like it's creating a new event, and Godot behind the scene, when it handles navigation between UI elements, it sets the input as handled automatically. So it was not happening anymore. Since when can I do that? What? Sorry. If we have the focus. If we have the focus, we set that as handled. And if it's on the left, it's already been handled. Let's do something simpler. If not has focus, we can simply return. And we'll do that. We'll do that at the end. Then we do our stuff, and then we set as handled all the time. Geez, controller support. Controller support has been there since forever. It's working since day 10. I'm fixing joystick navigation though, because I I decided to not touch it because Godot by default in UI elements makes it work fine, right? You see what I mean? It works totally okay. But when you're not using the UI stuff and you're handling it yourself, it creates a bunch of input. Okay, that's fine. Now it's fine. I can go up, I can go here, I can go left, and then I need to do it in here too. Fucking hell. What an awful feeling. I know you suffered through input switching and UI navigation last week. But that fucking joystick, which is not handled as a discrete input, really kills me. I think it should be a thing that Godot should be able to do as an event. I really think. Unless I'm missing something. It's totally possible I'm missing something. It's totally possible I am missing something. So now we need to do it on the upgrade display. My upgrade display is not in here. Crazy. Ah, the upgrades are handling themselves. Upgrade label. Which makes me think... Yeah. Okay. So what we're doing in input over here, we are not going to do it anymore. I'm back from Big Nap, not working, debugging well. Yeah. I think it's finally done. What? Oh, we override to go on the right. Okay. Okay, I forgot what it was doing because the rest works on its own. I appreciated the video you put out. Started using Godot the last month and helped me plan out modular animation. Thank you. Appreciate it. Reminds me, the wishlist number of Project Pit. It's insane. Let me guess. They have 2,000 followers, I think. No? I checked yesterday. Give me a second. They have 2,000 followers. Where do I see the fucking followers? They have 2,000 followers, so I would say 2 times 4. Between 60k? No. Okay, give me a sec. At minimum 20k, but it's much more than that. I would say 60. Between 4 and 8k. 80k. Right? 80k? 60k. Let's say 60. 60k. That's what I say. 60k. Am I right? $65. Nice. Before deletion. Okay. Quoi? Qui? Quelle étagère? Ah, la grosse. Wishlist guesser, new game incoming. I mean, it's easy. I did times 40, and then I was like, it's an incremental. Maybe they don't have 40, so I went between my two guesses, which was between 40 and between 80. This is crazy, though. This is crazy. Like, the game is really cool and everything, but it's not like a incredibly complex game either. Okay, so that works well. We can go right there. We can do that. Oh, yes. Fucking hell. Everything is fixed with the joystick. Oh, yes. Oh my god, yes. Incredible. Incredible. There is one problem, though. There is one problem, and the problem is I'm wondering if in the shop we don't have a problem, and I believe this problem has been there for a while, and I didn't realize it. So let me check. Let me check. Sorry. Yes, thank you. No, I don't want to continue from save. I don't want to continue from save. Stop it. Direct game launcher, thank you. Without demo on Steam though. Only downloadable version on itch. Yeah, I know. That's where I saw the game earlier. At the very beginning. He sent it on a small subreddit. And the post had like 0 comments. Nobody cared. But yeah, very early demo that did well. Got him a lot of feedback. Is he going into Next Fest? If he is going into Next Fest with 70,000 wishlist, he's going to be top of the chart and everything. Oh yeah, it feels so good. It makes me rethink for my next game since 3D games are good to grab attention. They are. Okay, so I think I have a problem if I have this and this. I basically cannot check them. Oh, I can. I can. Why? Because... So this is something I don't understand. And I don't like how Godot handles that. When everything is on the same plane and everything is a UI element, focus works perfectly. You see, we navigate between the things. No problem with the joystick. I don't have to do anything. Godot handles that very nicely. The moment you're mixing stuff, which is the parent is a node 2D, even if you have a button that has focus, doesn't work anymore. If you're mixing between canvas layers, doesn't work anymore. It's really painful. It's really painful. So that works then. Oh, I'm glad. And I can go over there and I can watch and I can sell. Okay. There is a problem here. There is a problem. There is a problem. Is where. We need to check the is where. Is where. How do we know that though? How do we know that? There is no way to know, right? There is no way to know. We can do that. It doesn't matter where we are. It doesn't matter where we are. If we are in the shop, we don't we don't do that logic right over there, and that I think should work. Yes. Not sure he targeted this one. He wants to make it clean because it's a one-time success. You don't want to miss. True. I will have issues. My skill tree and my panels are in different canvas. Not sure I will implement though. You know how I did it? They are aware of the others. As simple as that. I look at the input. And I override the input if I need to. So let me show you what this means. When you are right there, you're selecting a consumable. This navigation works by default because those are two elements on the same layer in a way. But the letters in the cauldron are not considered in the same layer because of the 2D node, I guess. So if I want to go left in here, and they're the first one, I grab a letter. I had to do manual implementation. I don't know how else you can do that. Maybe there's a way, but I don't know. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. I'm gonna be frustrated if I don't work on O.B.O.L, so I'm pushing this locally. I will test it a bit more tomorrow, and I push the build tomorrow. I want to make sure it works well, and pushing a build takes too long. I need to write like the patch note and everything. So fix navigation with joystick. That was a big one. I really didn't think it was going to be that horrible. You route manually to the next button in editors, if I remember well. Yeah, exactly. You can route manually in the editor, yeah, but it doesn't work because you don't know in advance. Your buttons, unless your buttons are static, then it works. In my case, those are dynamic. I don't know in advance which consumable or rune or whatever you're going to have. So it needs to be in code. But in your case, if you have static buttons, and it's just that they are on different panels, on different canvas layers, then yeah, you can route them in the editor. You can set the neighbors. That could be a solution. That could totally be a solution. Save and quit, unsaved. Don't save. I don't know what it was, but I don't save it. Retail package. Are we selling more? 5 copies. 5 copies we sold since the last time. 5 copies. Since 30 minutes ago. What, an hour ago? Maybe a bit more, I don't know. Okay, let's put that over here. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'm gonna work on that, like, not for a long time. I just want to finish one thing. This was so frustrating. This was so frustrating. I will fix the thing I didn't do yesterday, which was don't reward clicking, put interactable without hover. This is what I wanted to do. So in here, we have this bad boy, and I want this bad boy to react to click, but not to hover, basically. Right. Let's do that. Give me 3 minutes. See you in 3 minutes. If I do it fast enough, I can just make it rotate. Like a helicopter. But with a label. Back. Alternative control. Alternative control. I'm going to take that player control and I'm going to put it right there in the fucking middle. Right? Right there in the fucking middle. Boom. I put it right there. And every time you're checking the button, I was lying on the back like before going to the party or something, like for like 5 minutes, and she came right on my chest. It was terrible. Terrible because she's heavy. She's fuck. Okay. Incredible. Incredi-fucking-bull. Let's see how it looks. Maybe the ray should be way bigger. Should be 10,000. Okay, so. In the interactable, I think I'm gonna set two other things. I'm gonna set var hover. It's going to be true by default, and then we can set click, and it's going to be true by default. Hover enabled. Click enabled. Right? Oh, motherfucker. Why is Godot doing that? At what point do Godot think it's a good idea to do that? Tell me. Tell me, Godot. Tell me, why do you think it's a good idea to do that? Please show me the logic here. Show me the fucking logic. Tell me why. Tell me why. I'm creating a new export var. I'm setting its default value to true. And you change the value in the editor. Tell me why. Tell me why. What's the logic? Why do I set the default value if it's for you to change it? Oh my god, you motherfucker. And what happens if I do false then? Are you going to do something different? Do you think it's clever? Motherfucker. What is the logic? Please tell me what is the logic here. Why? Why would it behave that way? Who thought it was a good idea? Who thought it was a fucking good idea to do this? Fuck yourself. Godot, Godot. Export var. New export var. With tool. Enabled. Doesn't have default value. This is so fucking stupid. Why? How can I fix that? Why do you have this? Why do you have it to false? It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. Why is it still here? Are you crazy? And now it's true? What the fuck? And now it's true. Godot, you're so fucking bad. This is a new behavior in Godot 4. It's completely buggy. It's a new Godot behavior. The export variables were not that buggy in Godot 3. When you have a tool script and you have export variables, it always is buggy like that. It happens so many times in Lexispell, to a point where exporting variables becomes a risk, because the value are going to be changed kind of like on their own. And if you are exporting a resource or something that you need, then it breaks. Fucking stupid. Anyway, all of that. Sorry, I'm mad, but it's so fucking. Once you overwrite a default value with something different, it becomes unlinked with the previous value until your values are not very changed to take over the new default value. I didn't do anything, Lumix. I didn't do anything. I defined my export variable. I defined it. I didn't touch anything, and it got defined with the wrong value. And I think it got defined with the wrong value because there was an error at some point. And so the tool script errored, put everything to false, but I didn't touch them. It's not that they're unlinked or anything. I didn't touch them. So they should be, as I'm defining them in the base scene. You see what I mean? I'm defining a new variable in the base scene with a default value. So it should be that default value when you edit. Or you're telling me that because I moved one of the other value, I changed one of the other value? Is that what you're saying? But then it worked, so I don't know. Yeah, no, it's just shit. It's just shit. It's a behavior with Godot 4 when you have a tool script. Basically, you can break the values, and they stay broken in the editor for as long as you're not redefining them later on. They get broken in the editor because of the tool script, I think. Thank you for the follow. So it's really painful. I completely forgot to pin everything, no? We didn't have the pin at the top of the chat. Or maybe I did at the beginning, but I forgot to put it back. I don't remember. Better late than never. So, on this specific one, that would be on the oxygen machine, I don't want the hover enabled, and I just want the click to be enabled, right? So let's go over here and let's do that. If not click enabled, return. We could remove the mouse interact, I guess. That would make our life maybe a little bit easier, because we wouldn't have to... I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. So I can't do anything. It looks like I'm not able to interact with it though. And if I click, I see something. So maybe that's a slight problem. Oh, you have a paint. How did you apply the paint on your name? Loom 6. Is that a 7TV thingy? I'm not seeing it on OBS because I have a tool that doesn't show me everything. It's from 7TV. Okay. Is that a problem? That we don't know that it's interactable unless we click on it? Because it's kind of the point in a way. I don't know how much we should help the player, because those are going to be only for like lore reasons in a way. Right? So we click on them. Maybe we should still help you and show you that you can click. I'm not sure. Why is it not getting removed though? Why is it not getting removed? Our interaction message. What is it doing? Await get 3 timer, and then it emits. You need to emit nothing. You need to emit nothing. Okay, perfect. It's very jarring the way it does it. Because it zooms center and then we override it. That's why it's horrible. Anyway, because this works, we could replicate this. Maybe right over there. Oh my god, it's going to trigger everything. Oh, this is so annoying. Why can this Why is this not triggerable? The oxygen machine is here. What is this shit then? Ah, it's part of the room. It's nothing specific, right? It's part of the room. I'm fucking stupid. That's why. Do I click this? Is that interactable? I don't know. In here, I want one. That's for sure. I want something on the fish. I don't know where the fish is. Is it the fish? It looks like it is. Huh? What? Thanks for the stream. Thank you. Goodbye. I'm so confused. What the fuck is happening? No, I guess it's in the room, Ram. Room fish, room opponent box. Where is it? Okay, it's for the other one. Oh, is it part of the room again? Oh, it's part of the room. Okay. I didn't think it was part of the room. It doesn't matter. We can call that fish interactable though, to make sure that we know where it is. Interactable fish. Okay. Do we have a hatch? We do have a hatch. So let's move that over here. And let's make that unique. Mm-hmm. Hatch interactable. Okay. I think the radio is kind of already interactable, so we don't really need that. Maybe we need an interactable right over there on the newspaper. News interactable. What do you think? Maybe we need that. Let's make that unique again. Who should it be? Yes. It's not necessarily final. It's not necessarily final, it's just for testing things. Interactable newspaper. I think I forgot to put the right interactable in here. Interactable hatch. The idea is that the player can select a bunch of stuff. Interactable fish. We have the LMB to open, and we have like the actual hatch below. In here we have nothing. Interactable newspaper. Okay. Oh, the body could be nice. Let's put one on the body. Let's put one on the body. We might have a little issue with it. Interactable body. Okay. We might have a little issue because I don't know where it's going to be. I guess it's going to be there. Yeah, okay, perfect. This is going to be cool. The idea is we reward players for clicking on stuff. Maybe I put another interactable on the parts that are not directly interactable. Hello, Mohammed. I'm wondering if I show you that you can click by changing the cursor, honestly. This one doesn't tell you anything. I think it should. Fix interactable, fix interactable, and in here add hidden interactables. Okay. I think I want to handle the demo loop a little bit. Theoretically, I don't have time. But we are never moving. Oh, by the way, this is false. This is false. So we can change that. Let's make sure that the thing is correct on Steam. Yeah, I think it's fine. How should I go about that? Update pages link. It should have been page links maybe. So the demo is somewhere in here. We can force it to be in demo. And so the problem with forcing to be in demo, we have the message. This is totally the wrong spot, by the way. I think this should not be as low as this. But I can put that a little bit lower. It starts like that. There's no demo. There's no intro, so that's kind of good. I didn't remember what he bet. Okay. Oh, the fucker. So if I want to win, I don't remember where it is. If I want to win, I need to double my bet. But I don't remember what it is. Ah, fuck. So that's 4-1. And that's 3-1. Oof. I'm getting destroyed. So I'm gonna do this. 5-2. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm so fucking stupid. Let's go. It's kind of a pain. I don't know I don't know how to handle... I don't know what exactly should be just a demo. There's so many things to change. I'm thinking maybe all of those interactable message, we could have an export var in demo. Bool, it would be maybe false by default, and if not in demo, maybe we signal something else. We signal something else, and like it's like export vart not in demo message, and it's like interactable not in demo. That could be cool. And so that way we can specify what we want. That's kind of nice. I think the rounds for the demo... Why do we have that many rounds? We need to have... So, why do we have that many? Because if win, lose, win, lose, win. Lose, lose, win, win, win. Oh yeah, but it's... We might not have enough rounds, no? If we win and they lose... No, win, lose. Oh yeah, but we start with each key, right? We start each other with a key, I think. So win, we are at 2. Lose, they are at 2. Win, we are at 2. Lose, they are at 2. Win, I mean, we could go back and forth like that, no? We could totally do a back and forth like that forever. Is that possible? I'm sure we thought about that, but I don't remember. And we don't start with 2 keys, right? Oh, we start with 0. We start with 0. So we win, then we lose. He has the key. We win, we take the key. We lose, he has the key. We win, we take the key, we lose. When we arrive at the end, that's it. When we arrive at the end and we don't have all of it, it doesn't work. So maybe in the demo we do the same thing. We have to kind of do the same thing, I think. Let me think. If that makes sense. Rounds demo. We have to have those 5 rounds, but maybe we don't actually. That way it's harder for us to win. How can we think of that in terms of the math? We need to win 3 times in a row. Not necessarily 3 times in a row. And we have 6 of them. Maybe we reduce. Maybe we reduce the amount we have. 3, 5, 9, 11. Do we want to have 11 of them? How many we have otherwise? We have 12. Maybe we are capped at 9. That way we can't bet like crazy. Prediction 7. Why do we have that many predictions? Predictions 3. Why do we have that many? Because we have a lot of things to... Because we have a lot of things to bet. And what happens if we arrive at the end of the predictions? Why do we not have an infinite amount of predictions? I don't think it makes sense. If prediction is empty, new predictions. Predict outcome. Yeah, but we are getting the predictions of that so we can arrive at the end? That seems weird. That seems weird. Is this the last round of prediction? This should guarantee him winning, but... Now happening? But now happening? Not happening, I guess. To do. I don't remember how this works. I think we need less... we need to end on something. I think something cool that we need to kind of do, and I don't know how. I don't know where. Maybe somewhere here. Let's try it. I have an idea. Let's put a mesh, because I thought about that, and I thought we kind of need... I think we need a way to see potentially some of the upgrades, especially the upgrades that we're not going to have. So game loop for demo, I'm going to write a few things. I'm going to write less rounds, end on something cool, hint at more upgrades with some of them on display on the left, limit the upgrades we can have. I think this is important. I think this is very important. So I'm putting that on the side. We have so many things open, we kind of need to change that. Let me put a node 3D in here instead. Let's call that upgrades display. Mesh, doesn't matter what it is. Let's put a box mesh for now. Where is this? I don't like navigating in UI in 3D. I don't like that. In X it should be 2 meters. In Y it should be, I don't know, 1.5 maybe. I don't know where it makes sense to put it. If it's too far, we're not going to see it, but at the same time, if it's too close, it's going to be a problem. But I think we kind of need some of them. Maybe not on the table, but I think we should put them over there. Maybe I put them in here so we don't see it. Upgrades, and I can put the blob. I can put one of the blob. I don't see shit though. I really don't. Do you know how we disabled toggle? Even I need to see the preview environment is disabled. How do I not see the world environment? View environment. Okay, good. What is another one that is cool? I think they're called upgrade, the other ones. Yeah, but the coolest upgrades are not necessarily the most visual. They're not necessarily the most visual. The problem is that they're going to be activable. I need to make them not active. Oh, we don't see it. We don't see anything. I forgot how dark it was. Okay, that's very obvious, but yeah. It's fun because it doesn't work. Because it's not set in the game to be active. I think they need another description when they're here. Would that work? Not really. It doesn't really work. We can add another camera view though. I don't know, I need to discuss that with Woland, but I think it could be interesting to have something somewhere. Or maybe on the right. That way we don't have this at the same time. I mean, this is in here. Ah, or this is open. Ooh, of course. We reward you by opening that. I think that would make a lot of sense. You would be here and you have the ability to click on that to open it a little bit, or it's already kind of open and you can see what it is. Yeah, I think that would make more sense. That would make more sense. So you can see in here we can have that, for example. The blob can be for the demo only, and we can do the same thing in here. The click is not enabled, and we have in here upgrade monocular demo description. Why was the blob like that? Okay. I think that would work. This is fucking painful. Telling us every time again. Interactable not in demo, interactable not in demo. Players need to be rewarded for exploring. They need to see things. I want to look away. I want to look away. It doesn't want to. Can I look away when I'm here? I can't. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so in here it's going to type probabilities, fix with correct probabilities. So I don't care about what the values are exactly, but we can do type probabilities demo. We can do type probabilities demo, and we can say in here, we can say if globals dot demo is demo, we can say type probabilities is equal to type probabilities demo duplicate. Right? That way you play with the type probabilities that are in the demo. We kind of need to do the same thing for the ready function here, prediction, hide, whatever. If globals is demo, we need to do rounds are equal to rounds demo. Why did I... What? Duplicate. Why is it written like that? Am I fucking nuts? Am I nuts? Do I want to do it deep? Maybe not. And we would need to end on something cool. I don't know what could be the ending, but we need to find something satisfying and not just, hey, you won, but something that maybe some sort of a weird happening, like madness increases slightly, or I think it should be an actual visual thing. The interactive radio, I would love to do something about it. I think the buttons don't really make sense though, right? I think they don't make sense. Why would you have so many buttons? Wa-da-dum, doo-dum, doo-doo-dum. Wa-da-dum, doo-dum, doo-doo-doo-dum. Doo-doo-dum, doo-dum, doo-doo-doo-dum. Doo-doo-dum, doo-dum, doo-doo-doo-dum. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I think it should have a display. It should have a frequency display. So maybe this in here, instead of being this blurry mess, should be... could be an actual mesh that we move. I think that would be cool. But I'm not doing that tonight. I'm not doing that tonight. I need to go. I think I'm ending it here. Select different upgrades in demo to do. Select, choose the ones we want. Add in demo to interactable message. Hey, change rounds in demo to do. No, not to do. And in the game, honestly, do I need to push that? Upgrade display test. I mean, I can. Hey. Hey. Tu 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 ti ta ta tu ta ti ta ti ta tu. Okay, cool. We have the new model. Let's go. Does it work already? Does it work already? Beep beep boop, beep beep boop, beep beep boop, beep beep boop. Roomfish, where is it? Max bets display. Oh, I hate that it doesn't stay here. Ah, it's fucking awful, really. Can't wait for Godot 4.7 just for that reason. When you select something, it actually goes back to where it was selected. Ah, this is so messy, this place. Oxygen machine, fishbone, radio table, room fish. Why is it not here? Because it's not on the room, it's on the table, right? Not even. Prediction, table, fish, bet area. Prediction. Where is it? Table normal, keycaps. Upgrades, shotgun decision. What the fuck? Table normal. Max bet display. It should not be there then. It should not be there, but we have the bones. They're not necessarily showing. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, you can remove the bottom. But you have the tray right there. Okay, cool. And we also have the blob. Is it registered? I think it's registered. It's not. I'm not sure what it's doing. Is it actually doing stuff? Appear, disappear. It is doing stuff. It doesn't extend. It doesn't extend upgrade though. Hey Thorny D, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. How are you doing? It needs to be an upgrade, right? I don't remember. I don't remember. We see that, though. This is cool. I'm afraid interactable max bet. I'm afraid it won't be clear enough. Those needs to be more... Those need to be more... They need to be... have more space between them, I guess. And when we hover on it, it needs to tell us. It needs to always update. It needs to always update. Okay. I just wanted to check the modifications in here. I actually don't want to change anything. And I want to go back to main. But okay, cool. I'm stopping here. Stopping here. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be live again on Thursday. Don't hesitate to check out Lexispell, of course. Check out O.B.O.L also if you want. We have a demo coming soon if we actually work on it properly. Ideally the demo would be up at the end of the week, maybe, but it's not going great so far. So we'll see. But yeah, thank you for being here. I'll let you go wherever you want. I don't want to raid anyone. See you on Thursday. Bye everyone.